Hola, yuppie everybody, good evening. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I am afraid tonight because I'm gonna be trying to finish Umineko episode 4 and I have no idea what's about to come for me. Also, something funny that happened. Normally, I try to be here before, say before like 7:40 p.m. so that my loading screen doesn't take as long, but like at 35 I was like, okay, I have everything ready, time to start. And then I noticed, shit, I forgot my snacks, so I went and made my strawberries. But now I am prepared and fully ready to experience pain and death and crying and snot, if that happens. God knows. Also, hi Zechiru, how you doing? I'm still reeling over that Genji shit post. Okay. Shit, I forgot to do the recap for the last stream, but okay, I'll just do it now. Okay, so quick recap from last stream, which was long. So we had Jessica warning Battler about the tests, and then Maria and Battler both went to have their tests. Beato asked Battler about some sin of his, and Battler was like, I don't fucking remember, I don't know what you're talking about. So Beato was like, Beato Thanos snapped him out of existence by basically telling him, you are not Asumu's son. So one of my crackhead theories might have been confirmed, and I'm scared. Which is that Battler might possibly be, in fact, Kiria's son, the one that she thought she miscarried. Or maybe Anja and Battler are from another mother altogether, God knows. And then Kazumi was being a ghoul because she found Anje on Rokkenjima. She tore apart Maria's diary while also hacking the UU revelation killed me. And finally Anje was like, fuck this, you don't talk shit about my big sis. So she summoned the big stakes of purgatory and they all killed them. And that was where we left off last time. Okay, without further ado, now I can actually start reading. The stars that should have been sparkling lay out in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular, I could hear a clap, 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 clap. Truly a dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. So, Burn Castel. There's the cat lady. She's like, congratulations. Like the Evangelion congratulations, but less enthusiastic. Oh, Endless Witch. Okay. Okay, interesting. I thought Endless Witch was just the title of a Beato. Very good.
私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。私は魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
You are our last hope.
魔法を知るからこそ、それに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。
So of the strongest basic
ベアトリーチェ
emotions.
がどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。だからこそ、彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。 少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。あなたに家族を諦められるならね。
To give up on her family, huh?
そうだから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれない魔女となる旅に出たのだから。ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。
Okay.
100億のかけらを旅した私が保証するわ。
Do you?
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて私にはないのよ。
Can we be sure that these fragments aren't hijacked by a certain blonde little witch?
心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
Oh no, we're gonna tear Beato apart.
揺るぎないならよかったわ。
Beato's already sad as heck.
同じ魔女同士情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
I felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Burn can still. A mysterious witch who invited me on this journey.
私あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと疑ってたことが。どうして？
Because Lambda said so.
私は1998年の演者だから。家族を救ってもそれは1986年の演者が救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
Basically what Lambda said.
その通り、私はあなたを騙したわ。でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもの。
Oh, I forgot to mention. Pokey likes when they cry. Thank you for the follow. I just realized that the text on OBS looks a little bit janked. Let me see if I can fix that. Read from file, enable anti-aliasing. Okay, I can't really fix this. That's just the double. I can't fix like the distance between the thing in the font here in OBS. Apparently, I would have fixed that in Photoshop if I could.
私は何も教えてないわ。それを知ったのだとしたら、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だわ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
Burn is like, I don't care. Can you just get me out of this game?
駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。言ったわ。その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
That's a way to see it.
ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。躊躇や戸惑いで指し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱するわ。
Oh, hi, Pokey. How you doing? Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushinomiya Anja still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And I have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So, don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. Beatrice. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as can be. Oh! It's that one garden that we got to see in the last stream. There was a beautiful Shinomiya family rose garden. However, the flowers and the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. I like this track. This is the Golden Land, the promised land that the witches of Mariat Sorcier had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted and all magic and dreams are born. This is a good track. In that garden of gold roses were two and only two witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses, the incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind. It was clearly something out of this world. The two who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised. Ooh!
Beato!
Oh, she's excited! Heck me! Heck me! Oh! Maria is excited to see Ange! No, never. Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Mario-chan. A world where she could always be alone with a friendly Mario-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe.
悪いわね、あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。わらわは飽きたからやめたと言った。
Beato's like, leave me alone!
もうゲームには戻らぬ。ベアトはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。
Oh boy.
ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。
Oh boy.
わらわにはそなただけがいればよい。だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ。
Are you sure?
うん、ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいる。
No.
二人きりでいい。
Oh, I'm in pain.
マリア、すまん。ありがとう。
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart. Man, that's pain.
そういうわけにはいかないの。私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。
Because she wants her brother.
この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
Yes.
あんたが初めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。バトルは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。あのゲームはもはや終わったのだ。
Is it?
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。ダメだよエンジ。ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
Yeah, well, then release Battler first.
マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。
I wonder if she will pull up Sakutaro.
ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than this crystallization of Beatrice's and Mario-chan's thoughts. To drag Beato out of this world, I'm going to have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final peaceful world in Beato's eyes.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。 お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
Oh, is she gonna pull up Saktaro like I said?
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Oh, is there? What? Okay. A gold butterfly scattered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。
A good mama, yes. Oh boy.
いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。レンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
I'm sorry, Onechan.
作太郎は
Uh-oh. She did bring up Saktaro. Upon hearing Saktaro's name, Onechan looked like she was choking. Oh.
その名を口にするな。
You're gonna do it! Beato's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Oh my god, this is pain. Saktaro's name was still taboo for Onechan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？
Oh fuck!
どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？それは良いのだぞマリア。作太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
作太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Uh-oh, you pushed a button. Maria Nichan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, flying around like a typhoon of flower petals.
ええ、知ってるわ、ローザおばさんが大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold.
やめよやめよやめよやめよ。なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか。わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
Oh boy.
それができるものならやっている。しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品。そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は。ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇らせられないか。答えは一つだわ。あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
Oh shit!
蘇らせられるとも。わらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられるとも。
I'm just going in.
作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
Oh, but it's hollow, huh? It's hollow.
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ？もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめて！どうしてエンジはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？
Because she wants to free her
たくさん
family.
魔法が使えるよ。とても素敵な魔女なんだよ。作太郎だけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。だから作太郎だけは我慢できるの。
Can you? You don't look like you can.
お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよ。作太郎のよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
だから蘇らせられないの？
I'm just gonna be like, watch this shit and then bring Saktaro back. I
あ
hope
な
she
たの
does.
魔法はそんなにも不便なの？ ならば、そなたなら作太郎を蘇らせられるというのか。
She's gonna be like, yeah.
そなたの魔法ならばそれができるというのか。できるわ。
Oh! Oh! Oh shit!
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当？ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。
Let's go!
本当に？
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して、私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら。
うん。
この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。
Welp,
マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
the minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world. Destroy this world.
それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。
Because a witch can create a universe by
本
herself,
当の魔女ならね、宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。
like you did.
マリアージュ・ソルシエル魔女同盟。この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
Oh shit!
嫌だ。
This is Beato slander.
マリアは渡さぬ。そなたは嫌いだ。今すぐに帰れ。ここから出て行け。勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ、そしてマリアお姉ちゃん。これが本当の魔法なのよ。
It's time! Bring him back!
本当に作太郎を蘇らせられるの？
Please!
できるわけがない。ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡。
This is a new expression for her, by the
部外者
way.
のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえ叶わぬわ。
You sure?
静かにしてベアト。
Oh! Oh shit!
返事を邪魔しないで。
Oh shit! Even Maria's like, shut up, shut up, shut up! Please, I want my best friend back! When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped and the area returned to silence. The scene, as massive number of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato watched Maria do this, her heart racing, and shrunk into the size of flowers. If extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would disappear, right? But it's unthinkable, absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away. Another thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land. Oh, red text, huh? A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ、後ろ宮エンジ。
Let's see. At Beato's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。
Oh, it's that incantation!
マリアの親友の作太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか思い出してごらんなさい。
Oh no, I don't think I will survive this. Expression of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. No! Then she clung to us both. Stop! I can't.
大丈夫。
I am like 30 minutes in.
作太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、
Oh.
作太郎。
Poor baby. She has her friend back.
会いたかった。
This is so sweet. It was without a doubt that stuffed animal lion, Saktaro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten, but the instant she hung the stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly. I am already tearing up, guys. Already.
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、作太郎、体は平気なの？どこも痛くない？あん
Aww.
なにひどいことされたのに、どこも平気なの？ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。
Oh, boo.
よかった。
Baby.
よかった。おかえり、作太郎。
Not enough?
マ
No!
リアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。
Yes.
だから僕を離さないでね。離さないよ。永遠に。
Oh, then still hugging Saktaro, she looked up at me with her tear-filled eyes. Oh, help.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうして？ベアトにもできなかったのに。
Because Anje believes.
ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。
Because she loves and
こん
believes.
なことは断じてありえぬ。何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。
Welp.
そしてわらわの魔法で作太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。
Yeah, your magic.
できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの。
Oh, is Maria gonna stop her? Oh, she couldn't. Oh, big pain.
魔法でしょ。
Oh. Welp. Well, Beato, you're cornered. With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Saktaro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried. Oh! Oh!
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。
No paradise for Beato indeed. I mean, she caused all this trouble and then is like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna finish it. She does have to finish this up.
魔法なんだよね、ベアトリーチェ。
魔法であるぞ。それこそが本当の魔法であるぞ。
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？
Oh, are we putting salt in her
どう
wounds?
して？どうして？エンジすごい。エンジはすごい魔女。マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい。本当の魔女だよ。
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。
Yes, me too, Anje. I'm in pain.
私は反言の魔女ヘンジェ。
Ah, we're going back to this, huh?
私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
すごいよ、すごい。反言の魔法って一番難しいってベアトも言ってたのに。エンジはすごい。本当の大魔
I'm in pain still, though. At that time, Mari and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. Aww! As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Yes, please be at peace! Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Oh boy. Pain. A lot of pain.
さよなら、マリアお姉ちゃん。
I'm gonna do something. Okay, just wanted to slide a little bit to the left.
そしていつまでもお幸せに。
I'm no, I'm
大
hurt.
丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
Oh shit.
よかったな、マリア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を心より祝福するぞ。
Oh, poor girl. I feel a little bad for Beato, but she can't run away like this. On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. Oh!
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、悲しみがなければ、怒りがなければ、魔法は見えない。
Basically, without love plus these extra things cannot be seen. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. Back to the game board! The golden land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a floor falling through. And Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet black floor. It was dimly lit, smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light. Into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. We're back! Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she'd left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。
Sit! Take a
わ
seat!
らわに座るべき席はここしかないということなのか。
For now? Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか、あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか、負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。
Oh boy.
それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Uh-oh.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。ならばよかろう、わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム、あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation from her leg.
捕まえた。
Oh, did she like chain Beato?
やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアト。
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Beato's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle. Tying her to the chair she sat in, she would no longer be able to escape from the seat.
もう逃げられないんだからね。 私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ？
Boy, I feel so many of these tendencies I've seen
自
before.
覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ？負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい？
Oh god.
大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ卿があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
Oh my god.
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ。
Oh, Battler is probably still sulking.
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきた。
I found Battler. He was like, I don't know, crying, full snot and tears, without tissues. Like, his suit is dirty. But here he is. When Bernconstell appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and popped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. Should have been scattered and disappeared like mist. Birkenstell had managed to scrape him together somehow. There was so much snot! It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラもこの戦いを逃げないわよ。あんたに勝つまでね。勝ち目がなくなってきたからって全て投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないわでしょ。後ろ宮バトラ。
Beep boop bop boop beep. Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly after the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラ、しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his the wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後ろ宮バトラではない。
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない後ろ宮バトラよ。誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。お袋の子じゃないんだぜ。
I mean, does that matter?
どこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, he answered right away.
ええ、そうね。ベアトが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではない。
Except?
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。
Ushiromi Battler is not Ushiromi Kinzo's grandchild. Let's go. Oh, she can't! Yeah, well. As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face.
復唱拒否ね。ベアトが宣言した2つ。バトラはアスムの息子では、そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
Oh! Got him!
これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。これが私の青き真実。聞きなさい。
What we got?
ベアトの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後ろ宮バトラでアスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
Got it.
くだらない言葉遊びをね。
青き真実、有効よ。ベアト。赤き真実での反論を赤き真実で受けられないなら、バトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Is she gonna pull up something? Beato was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit.
じゃあ
Then,
俺は誰なんだよ。
you're fucking your Battler, god damn it!
しっかりなさい。
Oh my god! Battler, it's okay. It's okay. You'll be fine.
あんたは後ろ宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。例えばあなたにとって後ろ宮エンジェは何？
Oh god, please don't say something stupid, Battler.
血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ。エンジェは血が繋がってなくても妹だ。
Okay, good, thank you.
赤で言ってエンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
Yes!
ああ、家と
Yes, good. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So much that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。
Considering you both look the same, I can only think of one
で
thing.
もあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。
Like her.
アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて
That's true.
思い出して。
Well, Anja probably has had that pain much more viscerally than anyone else in this
ア
cast.
スムお母さんのためにも
At
こん
least
な
as
くだ
far.
らない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ。おふくろはいつだって俺の味方だったんだ。ここはどこだよ。くれよ、帰りてえよ。俺の家族は、みんなはどこなんだよ。
Right here! Here's your seas! The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女はいつまでも一人ぼっち。妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジェ、俺の妹。でもよ、わからねえんだ。
What do you
どうして
mean?
俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。もう嫌だ。
Yeah. He's had it enough too.
早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後ろ宮バトラ、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
Man, this is raw. Anja's voice actress is going freaking in. That's right. Batter had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And still, unable to understand why he was fighting, he had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague response like winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ。エンジェのところに帰りたい。もう 嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
Good.
でもあとちょっとが届いてい
What's missing?
る。もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って。
Oh, is he maybe still racking himself over the sin?
ベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
What's missing?
嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。
What?
ヤトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。
Bro, Battler, come
いつ
on.
また裏切るかもわからない。何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。
Oh. Oh
俺
boy.
に構うな。構うな。
Are we going episode 3 again? Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Yes!
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。
Yes!
私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
I'm in pain!
お前誰？
Take a guess.
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
I'm in pain.
エンジェ、お前エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。
Ouch.
私の家族は全てあの日のロッケン島から帰ってこない。
Ouch!
目の前のあの魔女が家族を全て、お兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。
All in
あい
red.
つをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
ベアトが俺の家族を。
Yes? Oh boy. Good evening, UP. Seems I've come to a rather dramatic moment. Yes, hi Kubamaru. How are you doing? I am in a big pain. I'm not crying yet, but I've been close twice now.
逃げも隠れもせぬわ。わらわが後ろ宮エンジェから家族を奪った。バトラはわらわの玩具よ。
Oh, she looked sad for a second.
父親も母親もそなたには返さぬわ。永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいいわ。
From Ange's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely sister flowed into Battler. All of it? Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain.
エンジェ、エンジェ。
Please make it back to Ange if somehow you live.
何をありがとうな。エンジェ。
Fuck.
お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Two things. Battler tried to turn around, but Ange was hanging onto his head with an incredible force so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing onto the nape of Battler's neck. Oh, fuck off! Don't do this to me! What they were, he knew from holding Ange's arm that clung to him. Because it stains Battler's hand, his fingers red.
エンジェ、
Are you shitting
大丈
me?
夫か？
No!
おい。
It tripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. No!
助けるために、ここに来るために、唯一守らなきゃいけないルールが
Oh, she wasn't allowed to say who she was,
あっ
right?
たの。それが、これ、お兄ちゃんに、私がエンジェだと知られてしまうこと。
Oh no! No! Fuck off! No! No!
だよお兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんてこのルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだったお兄ちゃんと一緒に
Oh man, she broke that rule for the sake of her love for Battler.
魔女
Oh,
と戦うゲームを
I'm so weak for family love. Holy hell.
永遠に遊べるはず
Like platonic family love is super like kills me.
でもそれじゃダメお兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃお家であなたの妹が待っているそれは私のことではないけれどそれであなたの妹は救われる
Oh no! I'm just going to accept dying and never seeing Battler again.
こんなに違う。こんなに
He wanted to turn around, but Anje was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Anje's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. She's dead! She's dying!
しないで私は所詮駒だからねジェスネはねサクリファイスって言うんだって
No!
サクリなん
No!
だってそんなことはどうでもいい。
No! I forgot to change my expression this whole time.
早く手当てを。この手を一度離すんだ。エンジェ
She can't.
サクリファイス捨て駒のこと戦略的展望のためわざと損を承知で駒を見捨てることを
In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you the victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Anje had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had a family, a little sister, who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushiromiya Anje's voice could reach you. Oh my god, please stop, I'm in pain. That's me, Anje Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the peace I am to give you, the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you, Ushiromiya Anje's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
エンジェうわー
Oh man, now he had to watch even Anje die. The white thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. Fuck, and even so the fresh blood stained it so cruelly.
私はもう消えちゃうけれどお兄ちゃんは頑張って戦ってきっと私のところへ帰ってきてね
Yes, please come back to Anje.
お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに何もできなかったごめんね
Oh.
いいんだ。お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって。
Oh, there we go. The waterworks are coming. Fuck. Third time's the charm, as they say.
何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。 ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ。
I teared up 3 times and this is the one where the tears roll.
帰るからな、帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ、何でも約束する。
この手を今から離すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから振り返らなくていいから。だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて。席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの再開を宣言して。
Oh no! Anja's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Anja's wounds, but she was gone.
エンジ
No!
エンジ。
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したの。
エンジ。どこへ。
And she's gone. Oh no, behind my chair, it was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed, and there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes of Anje had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. No! As though just as humans inside had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Anje had been standing there until a second ago had been crushed.
エンジ。
Thanks!
エンジはどこだよ。
Who dropped the jar of jam
エンジ
indeed?
はどこに消えたんだよ。おい、エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Bitch, she's dead! Sorry, bitch, she's dead. The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat of clothes. Oh god. Don't look so smug, Lambda! But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジェがどうなっていくか。
Do me a favor and don't describe, but given that we're hearing Golden Slaughterer right now, she is going to do exactly that.
お前は知ってるのか。
She died.
エンジはどこへ行ったんだ。
This Anje died right here.
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つも一つも親指大の大きさに全身の肉を引きちぎって
What the fuck?
捨てていくんだ。わらわは見ていた。魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為に一つまみ一つまみ肉をついばひね引きちぎ
Oh my god, so while she was talking to Batter, this was happening.
エンジェは誇っている兄と最後の言葉を交わすためその苦痛の喘ぎは最後まで耐えたこと
Oh my god. As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head. Those pink jeweled hair ornaments that you gave her! Beato, you didn't have to be so explicit. Oh well. I guess tactfulness is not really her forte. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her. So I remembered them well. Why did Anje wear such a cheap hair ornaments all the time? Gee, Batter, I wonder why! No. The thought that this is Anje couldn't possibly be. Oh!
ベアトに正直ね。
バトルには見えてなかったんだから、蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。
Thanks, Beato. She's trying to demotivate him, I guess.
お前らもそれを見ていたのか。エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔をしてたのかよ。
Oh yeah, Batter is about to go absolutely batshit feral. Without answering, Birkenstell and Lambadelta and Beatrice stared at me. Some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beato's underling. And I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that it was truly Anje, without even being allowed to see her face, I turned around and find something like this. Fuck, I can't scream.
良いではないか、妹のことなど。
Battle limit break incoming! Indeed, I mean, especially after what Beato just said, she's like, whatever. Like, who cares?
どうせそなた永遠にここから帰れなどせぬ。
Are you sure?
そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろう。
Battle going Super
そなた
Saiyan?
がここで
Oh
遊んで
boy.
いる限り、無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となる今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。
He's going into even further beyond, huh?
ここにいるそなたには見えない、観測できない、観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。
Thanks, Beato!
ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
That's a lie. From Anja's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. Yeah, kinda true. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Anja's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Anja's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Oh, the music!
お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
Oh, the music! I turned towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Anja's brutal last moments and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed...
ベアトリーチェ。
うん。
ゲームの再開だ。もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
It's time to beat up some witches! In chess.
望むところへ。わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできぬ。わらわとそなたの決着を確実につけよう。どちらかが勝つ。どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。それ以外の結末は存在しない。
It's time.
俺は勝つ。どれほどの時間をかけようとも絶対にお前を打ち破る。この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない。俺は逃げない。逃がさない。俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ない。お前と俺は敵同士。
Alright.
1秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジェのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない。
I like that he recited his opinions after, like, at the beginning of episode 4, after episode 3. Like, we are enemies, and that let that be clear. And I like that.
絶対の意志
Because he started episode 4 with far more stronger resolve.
人間の絶対なる意志絶対それは奇跡に通じそれを約束するそうこれは約束された絶対の奇跡わらわの価値は100億に1つ
Let's see.
ひとかけらの奇跡も絶対になくわらわの足にはいつの間にか音もなくもう片方の足にも冷たく頑丈な鎖が絡みつきこの椅子に縛りつけてわらわに残されたる運命をバトラに殺され敗北することかそれを拒み永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことのみいや殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すの間違いかいずれにせよ敗れるためだけに戦わねばならない
Oh boy.
もう永遠
A
の
losing battle,
我ら
huh?
を縛りつけたそしてバトラもまたみっともなく許しを請うか同情を請うために哀れみの心に訴えかけるかなりふり構わず土下座して鎖のせいでそれもかなわぬチェックメイト
This is a perfect stranglehold, huh?
わらわ黄金の魔女黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王敗れるための戦いであってもわらわにふさわしき態度があるそしてわらわにふさわしき散り際を飾る権利がわらわとて同じそなたに我が魔法を存在を認めさせてこの島に黄金鏡の扉を開くそなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となるだろうそなた以外は全員がすでに揃っているぞ
Except
主
Anji, I
賓の
guess.
到着が遅れているからいつまでも茶会が開けないそなたの父親も母親もいとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれているぞ
ああ上等だぜまったくにもって上等だ何が魔法だ何が魔女だお前との遊びはこれまでだ
Let's go!
ベアトリーチェ
存分に来るがよいぞ妥協も中断も不先輩もないどちらかが勝ちどちらかが滅ぶお前に負ける意志がないというのわらわを倒すしかないしかしわらわもむざむざと殺されはしないわらわにふさわしき最後をそなたが用意できるまで抵抗を繰り返すことができる
Let's see.
そなたにそれができるかいいえできるだろう必ずできるさ来いよ殺し
Oh god, Beato wants to straight up die.
やりにくいかならばいつもの調子でいく
Beato seems strangely in pain.
殺されるかよせめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜほういい面構えだ殺してみろ
Oh my god, she looks so exhausted.
殺してみろよ後ろ見やバトルうわ
Please kill me quickly. Oh my god, it ends here? Okay, okay, it's tea party time, isn't it? It's tea party time. Come on. Let me go to the tea party. I want to see how this goes. I hope they continue at least this, because I'm scared that they will be like, and then the battle continues, and then they're like, to see how the battle ends, go to the answer arts. And I'm like, okay, fuck. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration for your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Alright, it's tea party time, isn't it? Please. Alright, let's go! I'm in! No! I forgot to read! I forgot to read the text again! Oh, I'm gonna have to go to the start. Wait. Please wait. I can't read now. I have to see what the text was saying. Clock, stop! I want to go back to the menu because I forgot to read the text. Okay. Hold up. I want to see something real quick. Sorry guys, I keep forgetting that there's text like on the side. Alright, okay. What does it say? You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay in Rokkenjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Okay, that's what it said. I thought there was like a tip. Sorry guys. The second day, October 5th, 1986. And now I have to watch the clock spinning again. Tea is so long. What, this tea party is long? Okay, good for me. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain it in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. Who the fuck is this? I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. Oh, it's Beato, huh? I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. It's either Beato or Beato. A full 24 hours ago, Beato Ricci called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance, so it's Beato. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor of the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't been meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. Whatever your sin was, Beato, it was probably something that deeply hurt Beato in some way. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. You probably had a resounding failure, man. Are you trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Oh yes. Arbeitsamt. Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George, Annika and Jessica were killed. I could let Maria get killed too. I think she'll be fine. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. Kinzo did say that she passed, so I'm curious. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in the front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, and there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion would still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burned some meat. At first I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. Are you sure? And found those corpses that were so pitiful, Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Al-Nazi, and the others would become the first victims. Half of each had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. I thought she passed the test! She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion swinging the hat-stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking if they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places. Sometimes growing more cautious. I'm sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. She passed indeed. In what way? Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness making for the worst kind of don't tell me Maria said the first option, so she gave her life. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I started to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Raising about lost its interest, and even though I knew I would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. A shotgun, yeah. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. There we go. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse Maria had died in a much better and cleaner way. At glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might spat out. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might even see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Kinzo, I guess. Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something than made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, will take a lot more effort. Beato, why does this candy taste funny? Ooh, no! God, poor Maria. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? Because Kinzo is an asshole, I guess. True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after a person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Klaus's group and Golda-san had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if that had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice, some kind of contraption like that? What kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even for Lele in a ninja mansion? But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist, or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I discovered George Aniki when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Makes sense, yeah. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? I can imagine someone was pointing a gun at her. Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I think so. I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over that phone. Like maybe they were standing close enough to shoot her. I'm pretty sure Jessica said they got me. It's probably best to assume that they had already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. But not on the head, right? That's right, and she also said this. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd been escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, I should assume that the fatal wound was prepared to die from, and the actual external wound that damaged her head were 2 different things. And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. Then she called Beato, huh? But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. that the culprit realized that they failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seemed to add up, more or less, except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. She probably got kicked by George and then went back and the culprit found her, huh? She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Aniki being killed. I think she did. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned. It was very far away. On the fact that it was night of a typhoon, it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness something that happened by the arbor from his window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki. So she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Probably because she went there. Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kiryu-san's corpse as well. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kiryu-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily and Kiryu-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So a little too late, I set it down by Kiryu-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed a lot with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what the stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, the human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something, like George Aniki, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kiryu-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kiryu-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kiryu-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But a golden thread attacked her. Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kiryu-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the inside and attacked. A cylinder lock. And the keyhole? But despite that, Kiryu-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kiryu-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kiryu-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. Now, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Koda-san and Kumasawa-san, and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. They weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice they had all said that. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, you and I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger, and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Klaus with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Quadorian and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design like the one that had been buried into Kiryu-san's forehead. And in this situation it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the six in the dining hall, and after that had been jabbed with a stake like Kiryu-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kiryu-san spoke of attacked Uncle Klaus too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this Mysterium weapon exists or else. I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out and then go through the back door and search around outside a bit. So where are we going? Behind the mansion and the wild-grown bushes, that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. Oh, there we go. Kanon and Shannon, huh? No, wait. Nanjo and Shannon. Kanon fell down the place, I forgot. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And although they weren't stuck in, they were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon's lovely face, which had been blown half away, was very painful. Lovely face, huh? Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Quadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might use this underground passage, and left for Quadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's a typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could travel such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Quadorian. Through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. Could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I had known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kiryu-san told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depth. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed and pulled, I couldn't even come close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kiria-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! I had an idea. After all, I'd seen various tools in the gardening shed when we'd locked Oda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. Oh, he has to see the corpses there again, huh? But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked, back, and on top of that the key was with Koda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kinda feels like I'm going in circles here. Then while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. Uh-oh. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all of that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. Welp. Now, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burned corpse of a person was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right, I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Oshiromiya family traditions, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd been stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out this terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather but that Beato after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and was then thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I obtained the tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well. But I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Koda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck the wire cutter in the crack, and scissored it around, opening a hole. Then I faced Koda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by their neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. And on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. I see. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. And on top of that, the length was different from each to match the height of each person. In other words, the length had been adjusted so that Koda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads rolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up with those loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, those loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they probably would have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell if they were dead, even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of those two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Koda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. The key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone should have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they should have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said there was only one key to the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is that, despite the fact that almost all the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, we assumed that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's. The death of 16 people had been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Kanon-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. It's time to confirm him, I guess. According to Kiria-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. And with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depth with a light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slide through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that the story about how Kanon-kun cut through metal bars. Fire? I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? Sounds like the kind of laser you'd find in those robot anime I loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kanon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Kanon-kun could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Kanon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just with Kanon-kun. He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kiria-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Kanon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else... the culprit? What the heck? Am I going to start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? What, like Rosa did in episode 2?
死体がないだけで犯人扱い。疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったの？よかろう。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわぬ。
So?
わらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。
Alright.
キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。つまりは 9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
I see.
死体がない以上カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
Mm-hmm.
わらわが赤でささやいたところだ。そなたに届いた。
What, player battler or like me? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, even have testimony that something gold flew through the dining hall when the first 6 died. The two might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut through metal bars. And that wasn't all. It was much more like the group of ghost monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken in one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Marius' mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more and more. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle and gulped. Again, I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Hideya-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kiria-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き残らせるつもりかよ。とっとと姿を現して殺しに来いってんだ。もう面倒だからこっちからは探さねえぞ。そっちから正体を見せやがれってんだ。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえぞ。矢でも鉄砲でも持ってきやがれ。
I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You wanna kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase.
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日。退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた。
A whole day to investigate, huh?
人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い駒であったな。
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃねえ。
Don't say her name!
あれは奇跡によって現れ、自らを生贄にして、そなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与
えた。エンジェの名を口にするな。
You're not allowed to say Anji's name.
あの無残な死は、そなたにとって必要なものだ。あの死を見なければ、 そなたは本気にならぬ。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければ、そなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまりは必要な生贄だったというわけだ。
And she keeps doing it.
そうでなくては、そなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれぬ。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せぬ。ベルンカステル共鳴、これは駒ではないわ。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようと盤上を離れることは。しかし切り札はどんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
Time to make Battler super angry.
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンジェを待たせてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は一秒たりともありはしない。
ならばどうすればよい。分かっている。
ああ、
It's
お
time.
前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ、おっ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
It's time.
素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝する。
お前も。
I'll kill you. There it is.
ならばよし、
Hi, Observer. How you doing?
始めようぞバトラー。さあ、魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
It's time. Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Oh! The Golden Land, huh?
先手はどちらから。
俺だ。
Oh, this track is new!
潔
I don't remember hearing it before. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals were red. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses should represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ。
It's time! And this sounds like a banger. I like it. It's time!
一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
First
よ
game.
かろう。
Oh, we're going through all boards. Let's go.
そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。来い。
行くぜ。
Iconic battle line, huh?
すでに宣言済みだが、もう一度言う。こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。
From every game since the beginning, I see.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる。
I see.
これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず 違憲18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる。
I see. Okay. You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X episode 1, Jesus. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt, by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 had been completely smashed. Man, sir, you are... you are self-aware to an extent. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Okay. Was the red blood pouring from there a protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Oh, this part is the Golden Slaughterer. That's cool.
まだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。この程度では足りぬ。続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎があるぞ。
どの謎だ？
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ、残るすべての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある。
What we got?
犯人 X が存在しようとも密室構築は不可能なはず。
The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。
Okay.
犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
いや、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
I see.
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない。
Oh, finally, we're starting to accuse the family members. Finally, Battler. Oh my god.
犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し
Finally. Took you 4 episodes. Okay, 3. If we count Eva.
そしてその後、同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ。甘いぜベアート。こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであったな。
No! Is Beato really gonna die? I'm not ready for this. The wedge had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Beato's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato's again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
まだ答えぬ。まだだ。まだだ。
さらに続けて
Already?
6連月の連鎖密室、ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人、エヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。これは当時すでに論破済み。それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた南條先生殺し、18人目の未知の
With
人
an
物
18
X で
unknown
説明可
person
能。
X, I see.
これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。
Can it? Can she?
無論
Alright.
この程度で答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。赤き真実を追加しよう。ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。窓から飛び去ったのだ。
The flying part wasn't included. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Eva was busy carrying Klaus and Nazi's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To To go outside without doing the staircases to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだ。お前の言葉通りです。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし、多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう。
赤き真実を繰り返す。外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていたぞ。
Alright.
しかもそれらの施錠はすべて外側からは不可能。ジョージには施錠する術はない。
青き真実を繰り返す。
Let's see.
当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。
Alright.
この程度あがけんく
Seems like it, Beato. No, but I don't want her to die! Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried in her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがない。ならばお前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは今回の第4のゲームだけってことになる。
わらわが赤き真実にて反撃していない以上、この度のゲームでのみ魔女を証明せねばなるまいな。
Go Beato, you know, incompetent boy. He's becoming competent.
よ、存分に来るがよ。
Such character development, he
食堂の
became
6人殺しに
competent.
ついて不審な点はない。18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。
Is it really that
落とし
simple?
穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、キ
Really?
リエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。
Okay, that's a possibility I can
ジ
take.
ョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。不審な点はない。だが分かってるぜ。反撃があるんだろ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚し、そう来ることは我らも分かっていた。
Alright.
だから金蔵を書斎より出した。その金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えたぞ。親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
Okay.
そうだな。だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。
Mm-hmm.
俺はこう返す。そのじい様は別人の替え玉だ。
A body
親
double.
族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
Okay.
ならば我らはこう返す。すべての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
Okay.
いかなる変装であったとしても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
Not by sight, but maybe by sound?
ならばこう返す。
When he announced the red truth that there were 5 master keys, even though could have been more than 5 in
以
the
後の
first
ゲーム
game,
の設定変更を行っている。
you changed the premises of the later
同
games,
じことだ。
okay?
第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。
Okay.
よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもってそれ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。よって食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
That sounds convenient.
ならばこう返そうぞ。4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の静止設定は全て同一である。
Okay.
第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
What we got, Battler?
副賞要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
Okay.
副賞拒否。
She can't.
答えぬよバト。わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
くそじじいね。俺の前に立ちふさがりやがれ。
Alright, Beato has to figure out the
我
Kinzo
が最
mystery,
愛の魔
huh?
女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
He is! Be gone! Swaying that then, Geezer came into view. Heh! Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beato?
バトライ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。
Eh, easy, yes.
至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。死ねえ。
Oh no, mid-level boss, yeah, indeed. What the hell? What? What? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? What the fuck? Okay. Kinzo jetpack cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Lol dragon? Yeah! Faced with the black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes
お
lightly.
前なぞ一息に飲み込んでくれるわ。
He's a yeah, he's a lizard man, I guess. Kinzo's persona. No! Funny thing, Batora, I turned myself into a dragon. I'm Dragon Kinzo. Oh my god. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp, huh?
それ、未熟者め。
Batkinzo.com? Oh god. Also, hello, Bay. Are you still doing Cough Weekly, or did you come afterwards?
ほう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりして
How did the Cough Weekly go? It's done. Okay. How did it go? Was it fun?
あくまでもわしはすでに死んでお
Since
るとする
30 minutes, okay.
仮説を
For that long.
貫くか。それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
Kinzo's like, you're calling me a ghost? And he's like, on opacity 50%. Good, but got technical difficulties with PSN. Oh, that sounds annoying. The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs swallowed Batra whole. That instant, Batra suddenly opened his eyes. He was like, I'm not into war! I'm kink shaming you!
お前の第3のゲーム。
War is a cringe kink! Grandpa!
あばよ、クソじじい。こ
Time
い
to
つ
kill
ら
him.
お別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
Well, let's go.
よかろう。存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後ろ宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
Okay. The name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title of the Ushiromiya family head. Oh!
後ろ宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。そしてその名を誰かが継承した。
Oh!
全員が承認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
This is very interesting.
じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。
Okay.
よって見間違えるわけもない。
Kraus or
以
Mari,
上
I
の仮
guess.
説が否定されない限り、お前が
I
死
mean,
んで
Maria
いる
did pass the test,
という
didn't
事
she?
実は変わらない。
The other option, I think it's probably maybe Kraus. Let's see. Or Person X, whoever that may be.
これでとどめだぜ、クソじじい。お前に復讐要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
He's like, fuck. I like how Kinzo was looking at. I can't do that. Goodbye. Kinzo's a scary. Yes, that's a good name.
こいつが引導だ。食らってくたばりな。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ。あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。以上の仮説で、てめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は親族会議。どうだよ。これだ。チェックメイトだ。
That's an interesting theory. I like it. It's a loophole. Several dozen blue stakes burned into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Now perish. Perish.
金蔵、今日までありがとう。安らか。ねえ、そなたの気分だ。
Gave him just this little thing before he goes. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flowers petals scattered, Ushinomiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubt the thing that your love and madness were the real thing.
バトラ
ー。恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こすな。次こそは。これでお前も最後だ。
Okay. Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だが、そろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。
What we got?
家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い、後ろ宮バトラー。
Who? I don't want Beato to die.
金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も、地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も、園芸倉庫の2人も、最後のマリアも、全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。
Okay.
以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。ベアトリーチェ、これでチェックメイトだ。
I think she's going to be not content and be like, okay, but who is culprit X? Oh, okay, never mind, it's enough. I don't want Beato to die! Beatrice, who couldn't even dodge, had several blue strakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. No! I don't want Beato to die, no! You can't die, you're my favorite character!
死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. No!
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃ならバトラー、我が魔法の数々を どう説明するのか。一番最初に登場したのは第2のゲームにおいて、わらわがマリアのかぼちゃのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。
For, like, Virgilia's and hers fights?
それこそが今回の
Okay,
ゲー
never
ム。
mind.
我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらのすべてを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。
Oh, I came in the right time again. Hi, Kani, how you doing?
それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
Back pain through inflammation, but getting better. Oh, oh shit.
魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
Oh! Oh!
そうだったな。
誰が何人魔法を目撃しようとも、それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。
That sucks.
俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾に関わらず、それは俺の不可侵の権利である。違ったか。
At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away.
やはり抜けぬか。
Is it over here? As Beato is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallows I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。わかっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。
What were you fighting for, only?
始めたゲームだった。簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。
Certainty.
今やその奇跡は完全に失。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り、私には万一の奇跡も絶対にない。いや、奇跡も絶対もないが勝利はなく、引き分けによる終了もない。唯一許された決着
Is death.
敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。
I don't want you to go, Beato! No! No! I don't want this.
さ私はバトラに殺されるためだけに。
Oh my god, I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual, obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは 面白かったな。ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかな間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな。
Oh.
そうだよ。あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ
Big pain, yes.
本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか。
Is
ベア
it?
トリーチェ。
I mean, who's the culprit? I want to know. Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over. And still looking up into the sky was soon in place. That tragic form might have been fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. And amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのかベアト。
Is it? You still have to say who's the culprit in each game. I mean, in the third one...
出ぬわ。
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。早くとどめを刺せよ。
But I don't want her to die! There are still so many questions left about you, Beato.
言っちまえよ。
What's the sin?
お前の青き真実で以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
What's up?
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥をすでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。
We still have a lot of questions.
俺たちの殴り合いはまだ終わってない。
まだとな。
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
いいではないかよ、投了で。それでそなたの勝ちだろうが、とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に。
Man, Beato has been extremely depressed since Beato went like, I don't know what sin you're talking about.
打ち捨てていけ。
Like, she's only here because
俺
she's
は言っ
forced.
たはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。
Yep.
お前は何者だ。
Exactly, we still have those
そ
questions.
して一体何が望みだったんだ。
Yep, we have
そ
those
れが知り
questions.
たくば、そなたの18番でも試せばよい。いいではないか、ただの。
What VNs have you played? First, hi Infinity, and how you doing? And as for what visual novels I have played, or more like read, well, all of the mainline Ace Attorney games plus Investigations. Great Ace Attorney 2 is amazing, by the way. Danganronpa 1 and 2. Some indie visual novel stories I have read, like short ones. Not Doki Doki, though. I started but never finished it. What other VNs have I read from the top of my head? There's probably more. It's just... Oh, yeah, right. Your Turn to Die. If story heavy with barely any gameplay RPG Maker games count too, then some of... what's her name? Oh yeah, Song of Saya, Cartagra, but not like all of it. More like I've seen an entire fan dubbing of it. Let's see, and 999. Those are the visual novels that come up to my mind right now, but there might have been more that I don't remember.
妄想幻想それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだぜ。俺はお前を逃がさない。俺はお前を打ち破る。
Man, he wants to stomp her in,
このまま逃がしてなる
huh?
もんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。打ち破る。完全にな。だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
Back to her son, that's rude!
おとなしく見逃してくれ。
Bruh.
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンゼを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを。お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。
Blonde and bouncy, oh no!
俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで逃がさない。
Oh boy, it's full karma time, huh? Batra's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Batra will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。どうすればいいんだよ。どうすれば。負けを認めぬためだけに無限に戦うのも、無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた。
Is it?
無限の悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんてもう。嫌だ。
Oh man.
勝ちはなく引き分け終了もないならば、わらわを解放してくれる結末は
Death.
魔女の道に落ちた時から、悪魔と契約をしたその日から、末路は悲劇であると約束されていたではないか。
Oh boy.
どうした。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。六軒島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokkenjima. Ha 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 ha. Oh, there we go. Happiness of the marionettes, let's go! Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Batra.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ、勝ちを譲ってやろうと思ったの。慢心したな。後悔する。
それは譲られるものじゃねえ。お前から奪い取るものだ。お前だってそうだろうが。俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出せ、そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから、前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。
Kinda, maybe?
そうさ。俺は前回 お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。立て、俺の仇、俺の黄金の魔女。
My golden witch? My golden witch? Uh-huh. I see. I think she was happy with just that.
バカが愚か者が二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
Chimping intensifies indeed. He said my, yes! When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish.
まだ抜けてないぜ。18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
I see, that's the one thing she can't deny. Hold up.
そなたの副賞要求の一つに応じる。
I needed to turn on the light.
そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。
I see.
それを金蔵の分一人減らす。この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。
I see.
以上とはつまり18人目を含めるぞ。つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
We're going full in.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
What does Battler have? Oh, he was ready. He was ready.
そら見ろ、やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。
All right. I was really worried that the battle would end
そ
there.
れが一人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。これでお前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
From the start, I see. The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. In episode 2, he was so reluctant about it. Yeah, I like this development. Like, in episode 3, he was willing to name Eva as the culprit, but like at the start of episode 3, he was like, don't want to doubt my family. And now, this man has grown. He is going in. This is now phase 2 of the boss fight. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokkenjima.
さあ来い
Why do I hear boss music?
もう一度最初からだ。すべてについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。わらわももはや
This track is new
遊ばぬ
too.
逃げもせん、隠れもせん。そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負この場にて決着してくれようぞ。わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる。さあ第1のゲームからだ。
Let's go. Let's go!
第1のゲーム、第1の番からだ。最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。
Okay, let's
アリ
go.
バイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。
Continue, what about the next closed room murder? Uh-huh, with
チ
Evan
ェーンまでか
Hideyoshi.
かった密室であったと赤き真実を追加する。2人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
What we got?
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。
Okay.
これが実は偽装死体で、犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が、そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
よかろう。次だ。ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺されたな。赤き真実を追加する。
Okay.
すべての生存者にアリバイがある。さらに死者も含めようぜ。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
What do we have for canon then?
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。
So committed suicide, huh?
カノン君は自殺かもしれない。副賞要求。カノン君は自殺ではない。
She can't, huh?
カ
Or?
ノンは自殺ではない。
Okay, there we go.
重ねるぜ。副賞要求。カノン君は他殺された。
復唱を拒否する。
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。つまり他殺ではないんだ。これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡した。状況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。
Okay, we got it in the second game, this thing
胸
too.
に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
ほうほう。悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだな。有効であるぞ。ならばその後の客間にての源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人。無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
Good that Mario didn't kill them.
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉
This
砕
theme is
されていた。
basically the corner theme for Battler.
どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ、同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。
That's a
その
possibility.
後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。これならどうだ。
なんという暴論。気に入った。ならば最後の夏日は
I see.
赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身
Homicide.
元不明死体は一切なく、生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
What we got this time.
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。
Ah,
あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だったとすれば説明できる。
okay, interesting explanation.
夏日の額に埋まりし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
I see.
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そしてオールに呼び出された。
Was it like a trap then?
そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられて、あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
You're evolving, man. You're evolving.
素晴らしい。そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。敬意を表し第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぞ。
One win.
感服したわ。
Ouch! But I still don't want Beato to die though! The instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. Oh god. Am I going to see something like in the finale of like the climax of Utena? For those who have seen it might understand exactly what I mean.
まだまだ。
I don't want to see Beato like that.
来い。第2のゲームだ。
Beato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest. But even though there were no holes left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over. And Ange has been burdened with a future of isolation.
そうとも。わらわがここにいて、ただ笑うだけでも永遠の地獄は続く。そなたを妹に返しはしない。妹は帰らぬ家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
くしょうが
Oh man, he's going to rip your face off.
情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2のゲームだ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については、当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
I see.
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で、礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性が、つまり事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
Oh, that's an interesting theory too.
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
I see.
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。6人の中に犯人がいて、5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
Ooh.
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり、双方の殺人には関与しない。
I think the answer for game 2 is pretty possible to make it that it was Rosa, or like Rosa plus someone else. Because Rosa was in the chapel in episode 2. I still very much remember that.
相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ、当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。
See, I could say it was Rosa and Kumasawa maybe.
そんな誰かが6人を殺し、内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。
I
よっ
see.
てその引きこもり密室は通用しない。どうしたよ後ろ宮バートラー。
What you got up your
第
sleeve?
2のゲームからは甘くないぜ。
The second game was the hardest though. It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truths. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying, The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beato cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasure sword, knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I couldn't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。
What we got?
彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて、腹の中で爆発した。
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Fuck. Fuck. Are you shitting me? Is this where the small bomb meme came from? Are you shit? I thought the small bombs meme were going to be something about Molotov cocktails or like, you know, explaining why Kinzo went up in flames or something like that. But no, they put small bombs in the stuff. Fucking small bombs in the stuff. Whatever, anime logic.
つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。
Maybe the small bomb was Mentos and cola, then I can believe it.
気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。
We call that Mentos and cola. Better, Mentos and cola.
説明拒否
Please, it's Mentos and Cora. It can't be like a hacking bomb. That's not possible. Ryukichi, what is this fucking anime logic?
なんだよそりゃ小型爆弾
See, even Beato's like, what the fuck? But Beato failed to knock down the blue wedges as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. Goda has some explaining to do. I would like to talk to him. How much Mentos and Cola did you mix in, Goda? It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. Ouch. However, even after as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory is pretty screwed up. If you think it's screwed up, then why do you use it? I mean, whatever. If it works.
好きなだけ笑い
I
やがれ
think it's bullshit, but I guess it works.
文句があるのか
I'd have to know what kind of bombs he means because that sounds a little bit too absurd for me.
なし
Unless, like I said, again, it's something like Mentos and Cola.
そのボー
Like a
ル
more
や
extreme
心地
version
よ
of that.
次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は
問題ない使用人の誰かが犯人であればマスターキーを使える密室ですらない
Mm-hmm.
その後使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり南條と熊沢が殺されたな
Kanon's death in red before that
なら
time.
あのカノンは何者だというのか
カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがないよって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある
Okay.
彼らは異なる人物カノンと誤認することは絶対にない
Are you sure? Okay.
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能
Oh,
性
wait
が
a
ある
minute. Kanon's name is a fake name. I forgot. We never found out Kanon's real name. Shannon's real name we know. It's Sayo, at least according to George. Sayo something, I guess. But George has name dropped Shannon's true name. Kanon has never said his true name. We never got to hear it. Therefore, Kanon can be like just a fake name that he took, right?
カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる
Is the Jessica theory coming in? I wonder. Because Jessica technically got to hear his last, like his real name almost, right? A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must hurt a lot. You okay, girl? You okay, girl?
またしても
Homegirl, please,
人
don't
間の誰かを犯人に仕
don't
立
die
て
it.
てきやがったぜゲーム盤上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたま
Yep, indeed.
しかし有効だその暴言心地よし心地よいぞこれは痛みではない心地よさだ
Question. The theories that battlers say, are they more or less theories that are plausible, or are they like the truth? Like, can we assume that these are answers and that we'll get more concrete answers in the answer arc? Hold up. When Beato howled, blue truths are theory. Okay, but so they aren't like the definite answer to the mysteries. Okay. This gives me at least a little bit more of an incentive for the answer arcs, because I would be worried if he like says all the solutions here and then I just see them in repeat in the next answer arcs, unless they're entirely different. God knows. I've been it's just after watching Sotsu I'm always on edge. But I trust Ryukishi to have handled the answer arcs well. When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. but the wound remained and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain.
いいのか続けていく。第2のゲームの最後の殺人。夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は、18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。赤で反論はあるか？なければ、第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
Small bombs cannon.
ああ、ないぞ。
Are they? Oh god.
そのようなさまつで戦うの
So
も
to
辛い。
Pepe hands. Yeah, me too.
くれてやる。第2のゲームなぞ貴様にくれてやるわ。
I swear to god, now is not the time, but Sotsu is a catastrophe for me. Just spits in the answer of all the mystery building and go. But let's just move on. Bluthros is just theories, but they are treated as being true until they are disproven by the red, basically. Okay. Neko's fortunately a masterpiece. Happy to hear. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, two stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Oh, ow! Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Oh my god, Beato, I don't want you to die! Please, I can't! Well, I can't go through the answer arc without you!
いやいや、すぐったい。
Please! Even if the demon butler is in the answer arc, which I hope he is, I can't go through without Beato!
全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればね。
Oh, you are egging
お
him.
前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
Man, you are egging
撃
him.
ち殺してやる。お前を同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ。第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがる。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
無論よ。これくらいでへばるものか。そうともまだまだこれからよ。さあ第3のゲームを始めようぞ。まずは最初の6連結の連鎖密室。
Be gone, what?
本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。
Oh yeah.
しかしそなたは金蔵を殺してしまった。
At the time, I theorized that Krampus was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Krampus was already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However,
問題ない。ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。
I see.
ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
Who was the last death in this circle?
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。
Oh, okay.
鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。
Oh, okay, plausible
密
option.
室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があったぞ。
Alright.
室外からの殺害は不可能だぞ。さらに赤を重ねようぜ。
When 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them.
自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
But there was an accident at the end, is what he proclaimed.
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後連鎖密室を構築した。しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。だが 戻すことはできたぜ。死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
That's an option as well. I was going to say, oh, I don't remember who was the last person who died. Was it Genji? Like, if it was Genji, I was going to say that, that Genji killed all of them, like, one by one, and then died from an accident or something. But this is also a plausible option. She couldn't fully block the return of that blue stake. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedges that she had pierced with her right arm. Oh my god, Beato! Oh girl, you're not looking so good. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pieced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. And now she was totally covered in blood. No! But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。
I mean it to be like that sometimes, I guess. Sometimes their parents are killers.
家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
Oh boy.
黙りやがれ。てめえを殺せ。バラバラにして殺せ。
Man, are you egging him on purpose?
間違いの必要はねえぜ。
It looks like
この
it.
手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
ああ、そなたならできるだろうよ。千年の果てに残虐の限りを尽くしきったわらわにそれに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろうよ。ああ、それは痛いのか辛いのかそれともくすぐったいのかな。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ後ろ宮バトラー。まだ謎は残ってるぜ。
Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18-person X, by making the number of people on the island 17, but just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Eva was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a gameplay to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Anje will continue to have her heart torn apart by the loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Anje as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
Girl!
まだまだ答えぬはこれくらい。こそばよいわ。
いらねえようだな。容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろう。
存分に行くぜ。
Going full feral.
そうせよ。
Do you have now the true addressing of the red web? I want to see it. I have made like a theory before on it, but I want to see how Battler will handle the red web.
そのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろうが。じゃないとまた別の世界の孤独な演者を呼んで今度は獅子を引きちぎって槍に刺して炙り焼きにしちまうぜ。
黙れ。もう二度と俺の家族も親族もそして使用人のみんなもお前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎も 全て青き真実で打ち破って残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後。
Alright, the red web, huh?
南條先生の殺人だけだぜ。
Let's go.
おい、わらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められている。わらわも風前の灯火であるな。
Oh man, girl, you don't look okay. She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her inside had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. Beato, no!
ということはこの南條先生殺しの謎だけがお前が魔女であることの最後の防衛戦ってことになるな。
そうなる。これを破られた。わらわは全ての謎を破られたことになる。そなたの真実のいずれかを新しき赤き真実で反論するか、新しき謎を提示しない限りわらわは死ぬ。
Oh no!
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
さてどうかな。わらわは
Let's see.
もはや千年の長すぎる生涯にあいている。その果てに巡り合ったそなたという好敵手によって生涯を閉じるのも悪くないと思い始めている。そなたならやれるよな。やってくれよ。頼むよ。殺してくれよ。殺してばっかりでさ、殺された試しがねえんだよ。
Didn't you like get practically almost killed by Eva?
お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえから。
Okay, like permanently killed, yeah.
一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth, her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for the Switch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change, but pure evil does exist. Evil brings misfortune just by existing, and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continuing existence alone, it's evil.
お前をアーレには思わない。お前が俺たちの誰にもあれまなかったように。
そうともさ、お前らのゲームの駒だぜ。毎回最初の6人は誰を殺すのかな。もっともっとグロい殺し方はねえかなって考えるのは最高に楽しいぜ。なあバトラよ、少し改心するから今回も許してくれよ。
What do you mean reformed?
そしたらさ、もうちょっとマシな殺し方に変えてやるからよ。誰をどの女にどんな風に殺すか、お前の希望も聞いてやるからよ。楽しいぜ。人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ、お前なら考えつくよ。エンジェをもっと
Bro!
もっと
Girl, please!
やる方法よ。来いよバトラー。南條殺し暴いてみろ。
The 18-person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time Battler, Eva, Jessica, and Nanjo were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18-person X. Let's go. What you got, Battler? Please tell me. Think, don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only blind me, but it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Which is? Yeah, this way I can break through it. This way Beatrice's legend of the witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったろうさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していればその感激は縫えることになる。
Oh, so it's more of a time thing.
つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。
Well, the only person I know who didn't die instantly is Kirie, but...
そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。
I just would like to
以
know
上
who
の
that
仮
is.
説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. And a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch, Beato pulling her up in the air. So it was a question of timing, I see. But I still would like to know who that was. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pinned cushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body, dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Oh, girl, you look awful. Oh, no. Where are the holes, though? There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. And although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. Oh no!
お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Oh man, if she's gonna die for all of the rest. Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
Battler.
Oh?
頼むよ。
Oh! Huh? Beato let out a sob.
痛えよ。すげえ。痛えよ。終わらせて。終わらせて。
Oh, Beato, no!
でも、まだ死ねねえんだよ。こんなに痛えのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
Oh, Beato, no!
何を求めやがる。
終わらせて。この苦痛から解放して。
Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Beato certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Beato believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいい？どうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる？
Remember your sin, maybe that is the key.
今からすべてを晒すから、それがわらわの心臓。
心臓？
どうして
ベアト。
殺してもう死ぬ。
Oh man, Beato! Oh, this is painful! Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Beato to look at, even after burning with such anger.
早く返事のところに帰ってあげ。
お前の痛みを止めるためにお前の願いを聞く。
ハリー・バトラー。
In her last breath, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength, and managed to close both of her hands into a fist. What you doing? A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens or something.
バトラーなら殺せるから、私のすべて心臓を潰して貫いて。
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen.
おね。
After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. What's going on? Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
後ろ宮バトル、今から私があなたを殺します。
Excuse me?
それで
そしてたった今、この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her.
来いよ、お前の最後の謎。俺が受け取ってやる。
What is it?
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいて、これからあなたを殺します。
南條先生殺しの謎の今日、それだ。
私は誰？
Who are you?
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
Indeed, who are you?
私は誰？
Oh, the CG! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at the CG, it's gorgeous. Then Beatrice slowly approached me and, still expressionless, held me. Kokoro cries, emotions intensifies. We got the CG! Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you, don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Oh my god. That's some strong ass romance right there. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. That CG is intense. I'm not crying, I swear, subs. This is how episode 4 ends. Died on the 10th twilight, huh? Wait. Did it say that Anja died in 1998? Did I see that wrong? Wait. Kirie? Died on the 9th. Julia. Ronove, my man! Eva died in 1998? What? No! I didn't want her to die! Oh, I'm sad. Did Kazumi kill her after all? Oh man, I am... wow. Oh my god, did Kazumi really kill her after all? Man, Ryukishi, you really went and slapped me across the face. Thanks for that. All of the goats, yes. Kazumi died, I think. Yes, but how did Anja die? Anja is alive. Okay, then I misread something. Okay. Question mark, question mark, question mark? What's the epilogue for episode 4? Welcome to the pig party of those who are not human. What we got left? At least she didn't die to Kazumi. Okay. Maybe she tripped in like that rock slide or something. Okay. Angie is alive, in parentheses. Unknown fragment. Fucking god. That's a number. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors. And chocolate shaped like a ohajiki pieces. Ohajiki pieces? A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box. And there were decanters with the drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream. Oh man, the lesbians! The lesbians are here! The girlfriends. And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Birkenstell lay face down, and Lamba Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. Best girls. Look! Oh yeah, totally just friends. This is like more romantically charged than a lot of the pictures you see in anime, some historians say.
ベアトがゲームやめるとか言い出して、かなり焦ったわ。
これだけのゲームを始めておいて投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて失礼な魔女よね。
エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。とんずらしたベアトを引きずり戻してゲームを再開させてくれたわ。バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに参ったけどね。
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。
確かにあいつ敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
Which he has sometimes.
前回の流れから下手するとベアトに同情しておかしな方向にゲームを流すかもしれないって危惧し、エンジェはバトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。本当はもっとサポートさせてそれから切りたかったんだけどね。いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
Welp.
例の名乗っちゃダメルール枷にしておいてよかった。あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でベアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけど、あんたのマークがきつくてうまく活かせなかったわ。ああ、もったいない駒だった。
Man.
当然でしょ。あんなずるい駒とっととリタイアしてくれないと困るわ。まあ結果的にゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたし、それは私にとっても助かることだった。互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわよ。
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたわ。駒にするならバカか直情型よね。
Oh boy. Were they like the true masterminds the whole time?
本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
その子も今じゃひき肉ねえ。後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ。
Ew.
餃子の方が好きだっけ？
Don't ruin gyoza for me.
ってどんな味かしら？笑える。
あんたそんな余裕でいいの？エンジェのおかげでバトラは奮起。ベアトを猛追し始め、今やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけど。というかバトラ、今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
Yeah, some are still left unanswered.
はあ？とんでもない。バトラの青き真実なんてほとんど外れてるわよ。
Oh?
ベアとのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの。多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ並べりゃ簡単にすり抜けられるわ。ああ、本当にイライラしたわよ。私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
あら、そうだったの？
I'm the big brain activate.
私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ。小型爆弾を飲み込ませてうんぬんは。
I mean, the small bomb part is stupid. Come on.
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になってはいないわ。ベアとは第一のゲームにおいて身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。これによりバトラのエヴァ秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者か
Okay.
という推理は破られてるのよ。
Okay, so I have a lot to look forward to in the answer
ボイラー
arcs.
室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど
But
自分の胸に杭が突き刺さっちゃう事故って何よ。ばっかじゃない。私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ。カノンは事故死ではない。その次の客間での源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとか。源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X もバカバカしいわ。
oh my god.
夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなくちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。
Well, then I guess Beato was accepting all of these theories so she could die.
ご愁傷様。
あんたダメよ、そんなこと赤で言っちゃ。あの子夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。
あらあら、いけない。そうだったわね。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。あいつ何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわ。トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。使用人室で南條と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。
And it's like, this is stupid shit.
カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。夏日の部屋のローザからマスターキーを借りたという推理もダメダメ。ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それら全ては一度たりとも彼女の手を離れていない。
Oh boy.
まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。
軽くも何も。あんた第1と第2のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実軒並み否定しちゃったじゃない。あらあら、なんてこと。バトラがそれを聞いたらそっとしちゃうわね。
Probably.
ね、ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。あの子やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。きっと今回のゲームでは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりでバサーッと赤で一刀両断にしてバトラをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。
I think she just wants to leave. Wants to savagely taking a red hot knife to all of Battler series. It would be like that. I mean, we need the answer arcs, right?
魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。
じゃああのベアトの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は全部演技なの？
そうに決まってるじゃない。
It feels like to me Beato is just trying to do this game because she wants Battler to remember this sin.
あいつ本当に大女優よね。
I feel like the crux of her motives is that and the question about who is she.
全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに、最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。今年の助演女優賞はあいつに決定ね。もちろん主演は私だけど、出るんでもいいわよ。
私を殺したみたいなことを言って最後に大きな謎を出したわよ。
Just nope, nope, hell nope, roll nope, oh god. Yep, she's doing that. Is the sin what I think it is? Wink, what do you mean?
それを解かれたらベアトは今度こそおしまいの排水の陣じゃないの？
やだ、ベルまで騙されてるよ。あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。
Which is?
最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
Okay, yeah, I did.
ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったわけ。
そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。それをまるで全て完歩されて次回最終回みたいなテンションにしちゃうなんて、つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。ああ、早くバトラをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子、前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？
Oh boy.
女の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね。実に優しい。
バトラまたその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら。
I wonder.
二度と同情しないように私もバトラを焚きつけないと当分は演者のひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね。
Oh god. Don't be like that.
もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。ここからバトラと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるようベアトを徹底的にサポートするもの。負けないわよベアトは。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。
あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。
Oh yeah, such as Higurashi Sotsu.
ベルに次に罰ゲームをできる
That was like the
時は
worst
こうしようって
punishment,
決め
Lambda.
てる
Thanks
の
for
があ
that
るの。
shit.
聞きたい聞きた
嫌よ。
い。もう聞いてよ。あのね
Angeberg was also a big meme. Oh god.
ベルの素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて一辺は12キロメートル、高さは10メートルあるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。
14億4000万竜兵。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。
そこをね毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルンを閉じ込めてその宝石で埋めてる。
That's a large cage. It is.
素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。
No.
一辺を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。
ほんと？36億竜兵になるわよ。罰ゲームが倍以上の期間になるわよ。そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。ベルン大好き。愛してる。
So gay. Ramba Delta playfully approached Burncan's tail, who yawned, looking bored as she touched the bottom of Ramba Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて、私は二人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？
That's rude.
かけないわよ。勝率0だもん。
Oof, that's rough.
奇跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。私もかけないけどね。絶対。
絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
I mean, Beato recognized it herself, so. Unusually for them, they giggle
こ
together.
のゲームどういう決着に終わるかしら。
さすがにそれだけは
Sick
読め
burn
ない。
from burn, yeah.
だから楽しいわけだし。
絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。これからどんな風に展開していくのか絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。
ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわね。
だって私もベルンもどっちもベアとの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つまりベアトが勝ちそうになったら私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。
Oh my god.
そういうことね。私たちの力が最も均衡するのは引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合のみ。ベアと有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアとを引きずり戻す。
つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。
Oh my god, so you're both just mean bullies.
ベルンと共闘楽しい。
ありがとう。でもコンペイ島のお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
コンペイ島のシャワーを浴びながらとろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
気の毒に。
Cavities,
あ
ma'am.
なたは私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃ、お人形だわ。
私お人形遊びは上手なの。 ほんと上手に遊べるのよ。飽きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの。
Oh yeah, I wonder.
ある時は味方し、ある時は敵対し、永遠にもてあそび続ける。かわいそうにね。あの子はもう私たちのお人形。
We have to free Beato.
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちのお人形。私たち二人の望む末路しか用意されてない。つまり私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか、ベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでしか終わらないと断言できる。ベアトが勝って終わるようなことは。
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。
なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ。ベアトは絶対に勝利できない。そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
Jesus. Jesus. Bullies to the core. Oh boy. Okay, so that ends Umineko question arcs for us. Yep, poor Beato. Jesus, she deserves better. I want to free her. Which makes me think like, I'm like, damn, both Lambda and Beato, you don't have to take out your shitty experiences out on Beato. Come on. Blessed Evil, Burn, Laugh, and Sprite. Welp. It's like Battler says, we can't trust witches! Beato only wanted a happy life with Maria. Oh man. Well, maybe that's why she wasn't a true witch, because she's not a bully to this caliber. Oh, okay, so I finished all the question arcs. Ooh. And I actually managed to finish in a timely manner too. I was worried I wouldn't be able to, I would have to stay up later. What we got? Where is it? I wanted to pull up my schedule. There we go. Burn Can Still Laugh compilation. I think I've only heard Burn laugh in like one meme that I found like in my recommended while I was watching a lot of Higurashi Go theory videos, and it was something like Burn Can Still called laughing in real life, and someone like commented something like leaked Sotsu ending or something, and I couldn't stop laughing. Don't watch that comp if you don't want to be spoiled. Nah, I won't watch that comp, don't worry. Like I said, I've only heard Burn laughing in like one video that I saw that was based on Higurashi anyway, so... Or at least I think it was. ZTS the homie, there he is! The music homie. Oh man, my brain is dead. Okay, so all 4 episodes were pretty good. The first one was a little bit long for me at the start, but then it started really picking up and I was really enjoying it. And I mean, I think of all scenes from Umineko, the scene where George remembers Shannon is the scene that I cried the hardest thus far. But I think in second comes the scene where Rosa and Maria are going like, ooh, ooh, with their fingers. I was this close to sobbing full snot and tears in multiple episodes with Maria scenes, especially the ones with Sakutaro. But thus far, I'm really liking Umineko like a lot. It's very quickly, obviously going to land in my top 3 favorites. George this meme for the wrong reasons. Oh god. Oh. The Witch Hunt. Okay, is it truly over? The question arcs. Additional of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. What? Don't tell me I have something else to read. Okay, music box. Oh, all the musics are here. Awesome. This is cool. I like this. This is very nice. It's done. It's finished, guys. I finished the question arcs. Oh man, let me put something on the music box while I chat a little bit before I finish the stream. Let's see. What's this one? Wait! Okay. Oh god. Bring me the fate. Okay, this is fine to listen to. Okay, let me switch over. So, man, I don't really have closing thoughts right now because I'm just floored. I have to digest everything first. But needless to say, I enjoyed Umineko's question arcs a lot. Like, a lot. It was very entertaining, very emotional. I have the ultimate anime husband now in the form of Ronove being like anime version of my BF. Thoroughly one of the best characters I've ever read thus far. Like, I love that Umineko is carried by the women. I love it. That's the shit for me. And I love that the characters are so deeply complex. Even Beato, who's a little bit more straightforward, I feel like there's a little bit more to him. Though sometimes he behaves in ways in which I kind of want to stick him in a meat grinder, but... in which I like, stop saying stupid rude shit, man. But... I do like him as a character otherwise. I'm interested in the witches and what they'll reveal in like the next episodes. I'm curious about Beato, who's her real identity or whatever. What's the mystery behind her? And I'm curious to what's the true answer to all the games. And yeah, I have a lot to look forward to in the answer arcs. I have no idea how they will continue now that it looks like Burn and Lambda are very much working together to keep Beato and Beato locked up. I wonder if Anje will play a role again in the answer arcs. And speaking of the Umineko project Easter eggs, I bought like the PS3 limited edition of Umineko, which has the art book and all. I didn't really look into it because I don't want to spoil myself. it didn't come with the first game, but it did come with the second game. So this means that according to the rules of the Umineko project, I can use their mod now. So here's the plan for when I finally start the answer arcs for Umineko, I will try to use that said Umi project that I've been getting recommended like a lot through the course of this playthrough. However, I'm not guaranteeing it 100% because I'm not sure how this modding will work. And if all else fails, I'll keep playing with the seventh mod. If it doesn't work out with the Umi project mod. I hadn't been using it thus far because, first because of convenience, and secondly because when I read their rules, I want to respect them when they say they want us to have a copy of the PS3 games. So that's what I did, and for the answer arc, since I have one copy, I'm gonna try and see if I can do it. I can't give a starting date yet for when I'll start with the answer arcs, but for everyone to know already, all my next streams, I will only have 3 streams before I go on vacation for a few weeks, and and the next 3 streams that I'll be doing will be an art stream, then a Dragon Ball FighterZ open lobby stream, or a ranked mode in case I find no one to bring in the open lobby with, and the last stream before I go on vacation is going to be Jump King. The schedule is on Twitter with all the timestamps and everything. And after the 20th of June, I will be preparing myself for my vacation out of the country. So my activity after that will be a little bit slower. And I will be back on like the 1st of July, but I'll probably be relaxing afterwards. You can, the earliest that I will stream again after the 20th of June is the 5th of July. So, I will start with the answer arcs of Umineko sometime in July. Okay? But for now, this will be it for Umineko. And everyone who has been watching like the VODs or hasn't been able to catch up to all of my reading will have plenty of time to catch up and like watch the VODs from start to finish and see like everything in detail. And you guys are always welcome in my other streams, like even non-Umineko related. So yeah. Without further ado, that was all that I really had to say. And thank you everyone for coming, and I hope you enjoyed the last part of the Umineko question arcs. And I'll be seeing you guys on next Tuesday. Let me see if I have anyone to raid. Nope, I don't, so I'll just be going offline. Alright everybody, good night and have a good time. Bye bye!